the win. Lifted at the top end, 9-10 with the 1 on the 894 dial, and moving on to round number 3. Edward Bradell and Laverne Harper. Bradell left side out of Rio Linda, California, at 913 the dial in, racing for Sacramento. Harper right side, 901 the dial in. Also racing for Team Sacramento. Three thou separate them up front. Win light. Harper, 33 up front, dead 9, taking 17 thou stripe. Bradell, 30 up front, had him on the tree by 30, or had him on the tree by 3 thou, and then 2 above 9. No good. Randy Ditchin and Dwayne McLett. Ditchin left side, 973 the dial in, racing for Team Sac. Team 2, McLett, right side, 892 the dial in out of Garberville, racing for Team Samoa. One of them's in trouble. Winlight, Ditchin, 31 up front, 984.5, taking 4 thou at the finish line, almost gave it back. Almost one too many chicken wings down there at the top end. McLett, day is done. Kenneth Makos and Brian Bognuda. Makos left side, 913 the dial in out of Fair Oaks, California. Sac Team 2, 913 the dial in. Bognuda right side, 785 the dial in out of Miranda. Racing for Team Samoa. There's a live stream. We got it back up and running now. Had some technical difficulties. One of them's in trouble. Winlight, Bognuda, 38 up front, 802.9 on the 785 dial-in. Makos missed it, and then way above the dial-in. Chalk up another point for Team Samoa. The Don Caesar left side out of Citrus Heights, 911 the dial-in. Race for Team Sac. Matthew Fredericks right side, Stansbury Park, Utah. 912 the dial-in, one of the few Vegas representatives here this weekend. Eight thou separate him up front. This is a good one. Winlight, Fredericks, 005, dead 0. How about 5 total on the scooter? Caesar, 13 up front, 909.6 on the 911 dial and took 6 thou stripe and was mathematically ineligible. How about being 13 up front and just drive it right back to the trailer? So Don is done on the bike. Anthony Vanetti and Andrea Wilcox. Vanetti left side, 786 dial-in, race for Top Gun. Right side Wilcox, 945 the dial-in, racing for Barona. Wilcox has issues off the line. Vanetti was late, but Vanetti is going to pick up the win. 797 with a 5 on the 786 dial-in. Andrea was better on the tree. And then bike left the line. No dice. Next pair, Mike O'Neill and Bill Compest. O'Neill left side, 843 the dial-in. Right side, Combest. 10:45, the dial-in. Combest racing for Team Reading. Michael O'Neill racing for Sac. Ouch. Michael O'Neill should have this one just about covered up, and he does. 46 up front, 868.0 on the 843 dial-in, taking a 10th. Combest missed it. Not sure if he had problems, and then 10:41.5, 10:45 dial-in, no good. Ray Myers and Ladell Utsi. Myers left side, 840 the dial-in. Out of Fresno, right side Utsi, 935 the dial-in. Out of Marysville. Both Team Sac representatives. One of them is in trouble. Win light, Myers was way behind up front, and then 6 above 9 for the win. Utsi, 37 up front, and then when the bike left, it tried to pull the wheel up. He had to get out of it real quick, and that was just too much to overcome. So Myers moving on around at number 3. Paul Silvis and Everett Everhart. Silvis left side, 945 dial-in out of Bakersfield, racing for Famoso. 2011 Ducati, right side Everhart, 897 the dial-in. On the Cowie, racing for Sac. Top end says Silvis, 70 up front, 4 above 1, taking 80,000 stripe. Everhart missed it. 9037 on the 897 dial-in, no good. Clayton Howie and Steven Stone. Howie left side, 851 the dial-in on the 06 Kawasaki, racing for Famoso drag strip out of Hanford. Right side Stone, 1003 the dial-in, riding for Reading. 03 Suzuki Gixxer. And Stone turns it red, give the win to Howie, 39 up front. Hawks him down, goes 848 with a 7 on the 851 dial-in, out the back door. Stephen Puleo and David Ochoa. Puleo left side, 1230. Ochoa right side, 905. Couple of Southern California folks. $14,000 separate them up front. Win light. Ochoa 16 up front, 912 with a 7 on the 905 dial and taking 52,000 stripe. Puleo 30 up front, and then a 10th above, no good. And your legal buy run. Joseph Laforme. 830 is the dial in. It goes 006 up front. And then breaks it out for Hunt out the back door. going to lay down a quick layer of the Sticky Icky before we go back to Super Pro. Where's Mike O'Neill at? I know he's bored. Well, no, but he's used to running the bike and then going back up there and announcing or starting. Yeah. Now he's not starting, so he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's probably back there twiddling his thumbs. Oh, there he is. All right, let's switch it back to the short track. Around number Trace. Yeah, that's 3 in Spanish, right? Oh, Dos. Round number Dos of Super Pro. First pair, Robert Crum and Dennis Paz. Haven't they raced once already today? I think Crum and Paz have already raced once today. They're but fixing to do it again in the second round of Super Pro. Crum left side, 662 the dial-in for the Nova. Racing for Team Redding. Right side, Paz, 702 the dial-in the El Camino. Advantage left side, wind light. Left side, 36, 4 above 0, taking 20,000 stripe. Paz missed it up front and 2 above 5. No good. Cliff Hall and Sam Tucker. Hall left side, 655 the dial-in for the runner out of Carmichael. In the 64, Hall Bros Falcon. Right side, Tucker out of Reading, 542 the dial-in in the 32 Bantam Chassis Roadster. $14,000 separated, wind light. Hall, 36 up front, dead 9, taking 11,000 stripe. Tucker, 12 up front, 4 above 4. Killed a couple of mile an hour there. Dropped the anchor to get behind 11,000. No good. John Tobias and Bill Wood. Tobias left side, 614 the dial-in for the home-built dragster, racing for Team Sac. Right side, Wood, 485 the dial-in for the runner out of Reading, racing for Team Reading. $19,000 separate him up front, wind light. Wood, 11, 1 above 8, taking 21,000 stripe. Tobias, 30 up front, 2 above, 0, no good. So, we have an opponent broke single here. Jake Wood, 523 the dial-in. Jeff LaSalle broke up here in the lanes. That's a tough break for Sac. So Wood gonna move on to round number 3 with his daddy. $35 up front, breaks it out, 18,000 out the back door. Steve Cloud and Lonnie Grace. Cloud left side out of Auburn, California, 657 the dial-in for the 67 Fairlane. Right side, Grace, 539 the dial-in. Racing for Top Gun in the 02 Cavalier out of Fallon. Steve Cloud clicks it 2,000 to the dark side. Give the win to Grace. 40 up front, 2 above 0. Moving on to round number 3. Michael Brundage and Rob Dayton. Brundage left side. Racing for Team Reading out of Palo Cedro, California in the 01 Sarmento chassis dragster out 502. Right side, Dayton, 690 for the dial-in. Out of Livermore. In the 56 T-Bird. Tom Dayton and Sons on the side, Dayton Automotive. Winlight, Brundage, 23 up front, 2 above 5, taking 15 thou stripe. Dayton, 16 up front, 4 above 0. No good. Jesse Adams and Frank Barnett. Adams left side, the 2010 Sacramento chassis dragster out of Browns Valley. Dialed 469. Right side, Barrett, 656 the dial in for the 73 Nova out of Fallon, racing for Top Gun. They go in simultaneously. 20 thou separate them up front. Scoop slapping out there for Jesse in the Winlight. Gonna go to Jesse. 10 up front, 5 above 4, taking 8 thou at the finish line. Barrett, 30 up front, 4 above 2. No good. Jason Vanderpool and Sean Ealing. Vanderpool left side out of Reading, dialed 488 in the 2016 Racecraft chassis dragster. Racing for Team Reading. Right side, Sean Ealing, 648 the dial in. And the 91 Chop Top Corvette. Sean has been on one this year. Sean has been a tough customer in Super Pro the whole year right here at our points races. And he clicks it 1 thou red, give the win to Vanderpool, 20 up front, 2 above 5. Sean, 1 thou red, breaks it out, 5 thou. Christopher Martin and John Garafola. Garafola out of Fernley, Nevada, racing for Top Gun in the 83 S10, dialed 658. Left side, Martin, 648 the dial in for the 07 Corvette. 5 thou separate him up front, Winlight. Garafola, 32 up front, 667-1 on the 658 dial in. Martin, 27 up front, breaks it out, 17 thou, and took a 10th at the stripe. Dave Phillips and Ted Seipel. Phillips left side, racing for Team Vegas, the 83 Camaro, dialed 680. Right side, Seipel, 649 the dial in for the 71 Ferrari Daytona. Racing for Team Sac out of San Leandro. Winlight, Ted Seipel, 27 up front, 664-2 on the 649 dial-in, taking 23 thou stripe. Phillips missed it up front, and then a 10th and a half above. No good. Old man Ted can still drive, man, I'll tell you what. Jason Hoffman and Junior Stanley. Hoffman left side, 688 the dial-in, out of Vacaville, racing for Team Sonoma in the 72 Nova. Stanley right side, 638 the dial-in. 5 Huns separate them up front. Winlight, Hoffman, 36. And then 692-7 on the 688 dial-in. Stanley missed it, and then way above. No good. Chalk up a point for Sonoma. Greg Dreyer and Danny Cole. Dreyer left side, 571 the dial-in on a Bakersfield in the 77 Chevette that rides out. Right side, Cole, 667 for the 69 Camaro. 4 thou separate him up front. Winlight. Dreyer, 14, 2 above 4, taking 18 thou at the finish line. Cole was 10 up front, and then 671-6 on the 667 dial-in. Dreyer only 109 miles an hour. Gave it a couple kicks or maybe some breakage down there. Moving on to round number 3. George Valencia and Tony Citro. Valencia left side, 664. Citro right side, 665. Hell, I would have just dialed same. 8 thou separate them up front. Winlight. Citro on the double breakout, 51 up front. Breaks it out 2 thou to get behind 4 thou. Valencia, 59 up front. Breaks it out 14 thou and needed to get behind. Cody Cloud and Steve Wellman. Cloud left side, 6:28 the dial in. Wellman right side, 6:30 the dial in. Wellman clicks at 16 thou red. Give the win to Cloud, 27 up front. And dead 5 out the back door. Craig Merrilees and Janice Meyer now. Merrilees left side, racing for Team Sonoma in the top bulb Tesla, dialed 743. Right side, Meyer. 504 the dial in out of Sheridan in the NHRA chassis dragster. So Janice and Craig. Something happened with Janice's dragster, so Craig, 20 up front, 1 above 0. Gonna move on to round number 3. Janice tried to do her burnout, something went wrong. They backed up, tried to do another one. No dice, so she just staged it up and broke the beams. Craig moving on to round number 3. David Cook and Artie Pava. Cook left side, 563 the dial-in for the Thunderbird out of Novato, racing for Team Sonoma. Right side, Pava out of Elk Grove, California, 598 the dial-in, racing for Team SAC. So it'll either be a point for Sonoma or nothing at all. Pava's in. Here comes Cook. Winlight, Cook, 18, 3 above 5, taking 36 thou stripe. Pava was 27 up front, and then 6 hun above the dial-in. No good. Hannah Cook and Dean Wallahan. Cook left side, 2016 Miller chassis dragster, racing for Team Sonoma. 451 the dial-in. Wallahan right side, 696 the dial-in for the Chevy Deuce. Hannah's dad just won. She's going to try to do the same. Wallahan, 25 thou red. Give the win to Hannah. 005 up front. 449.7 on the 451 dial and moving on to round number 3. Eric Reyes and David Meyer. This should be a good one right here. Reyes left side, 485 the dial in, the 2016 Racecraft chassis out of Tracy, California. Racing for Team Sonoma. Right side, David Meyer, 474 the dial in for the slightly older Racecraft out of Sheridan, racing for SAC. Meyer's in. Reyes in. Meyer clicks it 2 thou red. Give the win to Reyes. 17 up front, 1 above 3. Meyer 002 red, and then clicks it off early. Billy the Kid, Bill Kid left side, 665 the dial in the 66 Nova, racing for Tucson. Right side, Butler, 628 the dial in, the Bill Bertram owned car. Racing for Team Sac. $25,000 separate them up front. One of them was 4. Give the win to Butler, 004, 2 above 6, taking 33,000 at the finish line. Kid, 29 up front, 3 above 4, no good. Patrick Marbach and Ron Kelly. Marbach left side out of Bismarck, North Dakota. In the American Chassis Dragster, the shorty over there, down 490, racing for Tucson. Ron Kelly right side, 576 the dial in for the Chevy 2. Something happened with Marbach's ride. Win light gonna go to Ron Kelly. 69 up front, 4 above 9. Moving on around number 3. My girlfriend is amazing, by the way. She brings me food up here. She's wearing the Team Sac ET Final shirt. Jason Giacconi and John Carvalho. Carvalho right side, 632 the dial in. Giacconi left side, 652 the dial in. One of them is in a lot of trouble. Win like Carvalho, 17 up front, 1 above 8 to take 83,000. Giacconi missed it, 4 above 7, no good. Tim O'More left side, 593. Chase Trimp right side, 570. $4,000 separate them up front. Win light. Moore on the double breakout, 14 up front. Breaks it out, 9,000 to get behind 4,000. Trimp, 18 up front. Breaks it out, 17,000, needed to get behind. Eric Wattier and John DeWald. Wattier left side, 597 the dial in. Racing for Team Sac. Right side, DeWald, 661 the dial in the Vega. Racing for Irwindale. Light DeWald. 19 up front, 1 above 3 for the win. Doug Fleetwood left side, 670. Dan Bagwell right side, 660. Bagwell clicks at 8,000 red. Give the win to Doug Fleetwood, 37 up front. 4 above 4, moving on. Round number 3. And that is the only door car on the property with a blower. That does 60-foot burnouts. That's Robert Jenkins, left side. 564 the dial in the Wild 44 International pickup truck. Racing for Team Samoa. Right side, John Propp out of Auburn, California. 479 the dial in for the 2010 Sacramento chassis dragster. Big yikes. Top end, give the win to John Propp. 34 up front, 2 above 0, taking 58th out at the finish line. Jenkins missed it up front, 1 above 4. No good. Michael Giacconi, the left side, 597 the dial in out of Eureka. Racing for Samoa in the 67 Fairlane. Right side, Steve Older, 673 the dial in for the runner out of Concord. Racing for Team Sac in the 69 Chevelle. Older clicks at 5,000 red. Give the win to Giacconi, 41 up front. 6013 on the 597 dial and out the back door. John Castro and Tony Trimp. Castro left side out of Lawndale, California, the 69 Nova, racing for Team Irwindale. 699 the dial in for the Nova. Right side, Tony Trimp, 472 the dial in the 08 Race Tech chassis. Racing for Team Sac. It'll be a point for Irwindale or nothing at all. Advantage, right side, Winlight, right side, Trimp, 004, 2 above 2 to get behind 3 thou. Castro, 36 up front, breaks it out, 13 thou, and mathematically ineligible. We need Sportsman, round number 3 to the lanes. Sportsman, round number 3 to the lanes. Sportsman, round number 3, needs to the lanes. Joe Levitt and David White, I always do that. Levitt, left side, 604 the dial in the 67 Nova, racing for Team Sac. Right side, White, 551 the dial in, racing for Team Samoa in the 69 Camaro. One of them's in trouble. Winlight, left side, Levitt, 008, dead 8 to be 16 total, taking 27th stripe. White was 41 up front, mathematically ineligible, went dead 2, all for naught. Bobby Hartshorn and Andrew Olson. Hartshorn, left side, out of Oroville, 591 the dial in, and he's not there. Where's Bobby? Oh, there's Bobby. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, buddy. So Andrew Olson gonna take the opponent broke single. Chalk up another point for Sacramento. 18 up front, 1 above 4 out the back door. Vic Hudson and Norm Bergman. Hudson left side, 635 the dial in. Right side Bergman, 665. Oh, yikes. One of them is in some severe trouble. Winlight, Bergman, 008, and then drops the anchor, goes through the finish line to take the win. Hudson missed it up front, might have had a problem with the delay box. And then breaks out by 5 Hunt. DeAndre, in his 3rd vehicle of the weekend, left side, dialed 770. Right side, Troy Moyle, 525 the dial in out of Carson City, Nevada, racing for Top Gun. DeAndre was 12, but he's not going to run a 770. Boyle going to take the win. He probably knew better to not really crush it. 91 up front and then a second over out the back door. Moyle moving on. Jammin' Bodie left side, 668 the dial in. Right side, Brad Pierce, 607 the dial in. Pierce out of Riverside. Racing for Team Famoso. A 1/10 and a half separate them up front. Win light, Pierce, 002 and a 1/10 above, taking 44th thou. That sounded nasty down there. Bodie missed it up front and then breaks it out by a thou. No good. Steve Schmid and Mark Simonian. Schmid left side, 542 the dial in out of Minden, Nevada. Racing for Team Top Gun in the 67 Camaro Super Gas style ride. One of the simple pump entries. Right side, Mark Simonian, 569 the dial in for the 61 Falcon. Another Super Gas chassis hot rod, racing for Team Famoso. Advantage left side, Win light. Right side, Simonian gets it, 44 up front. And 572.0 on the 69 dial, and Schmid was 28 up front, and then something happened, couldn't run the number, 556.9. No good. Anthony Broussard and Will Harrison. Broussard left side out of Somerset, racing for Team Top Gun. That was 674. Right side, Will Harrison out of Tracy, racing for Team Famoso. 457 to a 674. Hey, just a heads up, guys, the snack bar is closing in 30 minutes, but the funnel cake trailer is going to remain open until 5 o'clock, and they have pulled pork sandwiches and frosted lemonade and corn dogs. That's a beautiful 61 Impala over there, the land yacht, dude. And we're pre-staged. Harrison looks like he's creeping. Finally, it moves in. Here comes Broussard. Two thou separate him up front. Win light. Broussard 14, 5 above and 9 to get behind 6 Hun. Harrison 12 up front. Breaks it out 2 thou. Needed to take 61 thou or less. $98 thou separate him up front. Win like Ferguson. 002 up front. 8 Hun above, taking 39 thou stripe. Schmid missed it big time. 2 above 2, no good. And your legal buy run, Gary Carlson. The 75 Triumph TR7 racing for Team Sonoma. Gonna chalk up another point 46 up front. Breaks it out, 16th out the back door, and that's going to do it for Super Pro. We should have Sportsman in the lanes for round number 3. Once again, we should have all of our Sportsman round number 3 competitors in the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. And it's Sportsman. Go back to the long track. Richard Hardy and Maxwell Wesser. Hardy left side, 1276 the dial in for the 2018 Charger. The right side, Wesser in the 57 Chevy. 1472 the dial in for the runner out of Ramona, racing for Team Barona. And we're slowly poking along. Win light. Hardy. Hardy was 130 up front, one above 5, got behind a 10th. Wesser had him on the tree, 97 up front, broke out, went 1466.8 on the 1472 dial, no good. Gary Harefield and Don Hensley. Harefield left side, 1197 the dial in, runner out of Barona. Right side, Hensley. 15 flat the dial in for the 66 Chevelle. Beautiful car. Three Huns separate them up front. Wind light, brake lights, Harefield. 006 up front, 1210 with a 4 on the 1197 dial in, taking 55 thou stripe. Hensley was 36 up front, and then 15 Hun above, no good. Dennis Radcliffe and Vince Cardinal. Radcliffe left side, 1190 the dial in. The fastest you can dial in Sportsman this weekend in the 68 Camaro, racing for Team Barona. Right side, Cardinal, 1630 the dial in the Lexus SC300. Vince clicks it 1 thou red. Give the win to Ratcliffe, who was not great up front. And then 12 flat with the 1 at 98 miles an hour out the back door. Brian Cam. Looks like an opponent broke single. 1263 the dial-in. In the 02 Catfish Camaro, racing for Team Sac. Cam, 69 up front. Where's a 68 with a 9 on the 63 dial and moving on to round number 4. Bill Purcell and Kevin Diadamo. Purcell left side, 1230 to the dial in. Diadamo right side, 1212. And Purcell clicks it way red, give the win to Diadamo. 55 up front. And 12-15-0 on the 12-12 dial-in out the back door. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Pro, round number 3 to the lanes. Pro, round number 3, needs to the lanes. Pro, round number 3, needs it to the lanes. Dwayne Opperman and Robert Cochran. This should be a good one. And then 3 thou separates him off the line. Winlight goes to Opperman. 23 up front, dead 6 to get behind 9 thou. Cochran was 26 up front. And then breaks it out 6 thou and took 9 thou. Needed to take 3 or less. Lester Cole and some guy named Nick. Cole left side, 1278 the dial-in. Mr. Bublitz right side, 1370. One of them's in trouble. Winlight Bublitz. 9 above 9, 27 up front. Cole, 58 up front, goes 12.92.7. No good. Christopher Conway, C.W. Hofer, they are identical off the hit. Winlight. Conway gets Hofer. 11. Runs 12.81.8 on the 12.77 dial-in and takes the win by 9 thou. Hofer was also 11 up front, 5 above 7. Dropped the anchor to get behind 9 thou. Dean Prowse and Ed Justy. Prowse is going to move on in the slot. Justy clicks it way red. And we're going. And we're at the 1,000-mile-an-hour there. It is Justy, 15.10 with a 2 on the 15.10 dial. And Prowse missed it up front a little bit and then 2 seconds above. John Terry and Udo Richter. One of them's in trouble. Win light. John Terry, 53 up front, 2 above 8, taking 34th thou at the finish line. Richter missed it. And then 3 Hun under, mathematically ineligible. Philip Topping and Candy Larson. Topping left side, 12:58. Right side, Larson, 13:13. Win light Topping. 102 up front. 12:66.1 on the 12:58 island, taking 12:10 thou at the finish line. Larson. Stephen Good and Jordan Hart. Good left side, 13:23. Hart right side, 13:74. Good clicks it 3 thou red. Give the win to Jordan Hart. 29 up front. And then dead 9 out the back door for Hart. Good missed it. 003 red. And then dead 9 as well. That had the makings for a good race. Dustin Pierce and Dennis Bowman. Pierce left side, 17:23. In the biggest full body truck we have on the property going down the racetrack this weekend. Racing for Team Sonoma. Bowman right side, 12:77 in the 68 Camaro out of Yuba City. Racing for Team Sac. 11 thou separate them on the starting line. Top end says Bowman. Gonna steal it away. 12:84.5 on the 12:77 dial-in. Pierce was 39 up front, had him by 11 thou, and then could not run the number. Vincent Hudson and Greg Rudd. Hudson left side out of Bakersfield, racing for Team Famoso. Dial 12:04. Right side, Greg Rudd, 13:05. Racing for Team Sac in the 69 Mustang. One of them is not likely to win the race. But hey, you never know. Greg Rudd going to take the win. 003 up front. A 10th and a half above to take 15 thou at the finish line. Good job driving there for Greg. Vincent missed it. And then 15 thou under. No dice. Bob Harris and Henry Roberson. Couple of dudes that are both the life of the party. Harris out of Red Bluff, dial 1220 in the C10 pick 'em up truck, racing for Reading. Roberson, 1190 in the 84 Mustang, racing for Team Sac. Wait for Henry. He ain't ripping yet. Oh, snap, the whole tower goes crazy. Bob Harris takes out Henry Roberson. Bob was 90 up front, runs 3 above 7 to take a 10th. Henry was 42, had the advantage by a country mile, and then only runs 12:08. So payout started with Sportsman that round. So if you lost in Sportsman this round, you got round money. The payout started for third round with Sportsman. You got round money in Sportsman if you lost third round. Once again, we should have Pro in the lanes. Pro, we need you to the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. Pro needs to the lanes. Remember how I was talking about my girlfriend being so great earlier? Well, now she's up here switching the camera on the live feed for us. So, if you're watching the live feed, just bear with us. She's learning, but she's going to do a great job. I'm very proud. And she said last night that she wants to race the Corvette and Sportsman next year, or at least on Wednesdays. We'll start on Wednesday nights. Shit, she'll probably be a better racer than I will. First pair of pro coming at you, Don Momey and Scott Sturley. Momey left side, 583 the dial in. Out of Stockton in the 38 two-door Chevy sedan. That thing is wild. Right side, Sturley, 764 the dial in out of San Rafael. And the 1971 Camaro, racing for Team Sonoma. Thou separate him up front, win light. Momey, 43 up front, dead 4 to get behind 18 Thou. Sturley was 34 up front and breaks out 5 Thou, took 18. Needed to take 13 or less. Steven Watkins and Mark Bevan. Watkins left side out of Phoenix, Arizona, racing for Tucson in the 2000 Corvette. Almost identical to mine, except his is red. Identical dial-ins too. I'd be dialed probably 826 right now. 2 Thou separate him up front. A win light. Mark Bevan on the double breakout, breaks it out 3 Thou to get behind 10 Thou. Watkins 45 up front, broke it out 5 Thou, took 10 at the finish line, needed to take 5 or what? No, 15 Thou. He needed to get behind. I need reading glasses. Holy smokes. I'm only 22 and I'm already blind and deaf. And I have back pain. Greg Dreyer and Christopher Martin. 5 Thou separate him up front and win light. Dreyer, 41 up front, 3 above 5, taking 3 Thou at the stripe. Martin, 36 up front, 652, 3 on the 648 dial in, no good. Stephanie Paz and Patrick Shields. Paz left side, 607 the dial in out of Cloverdale. In the 68 Nova, right side Shields, 812 the dial in. For the runner out of North Salt Lake, Utah, racing for Vegas. Pause, moving on. 6052 on the 607 dial in. Douglas Jones and Randy Snyder. Jones left side, 676 the dial in. Out of Orange, California, racing for Team Irwindale. Right side Snyder, 655 the dial in out of Orangevale, racing for Team SAC. Snyder the Vega, Jones the Camaro. One is in some severe trouble here. Win light. Randy Snyder, 12 up front, 6 above 4, taking 71 Thou at the finish line. Jones missed it big time. 2 above 2, no good. Craig Merrilees and Jeff LaSalle. Merrilees left side, 747 the dial in the Tesla, racing for Team Sonoma. Right side, LaSalle, 647 the dial in for the 67 Dodge RT out of Cloverdale. Oh, wow, that was going to be a close race. Jeff clicks his 6 Thou red. Merrilees 001 up front and 1 above 3. How about 14 total in the Tesla? I'm telling you, dude, these Teslas are deadly. They're just big batteries with wheels, and they just repeat. That's all they do. You just let go, and they just repeat. Merrilees moving on. Bob Choicer and Eric Giacconi. Choicer left side, 757 the dial in. Racing for Team SAC in the Vega. Right side, Giacconi, 758 the dial in the Ranchero. Racing for Samoa. as is the rest of the Giacconi family. Oh, what, 3, 4 of them? Win light, Giacconi steals it from Choizer. 33 up front, the one above 3 taking 4th thou stripe. Choizer had him on the tree, 16, and then 3 above 4 to get behind 4th thou. No good. Hey, just a heads up, everybody. The payouts are not ready to be delivered yet. Payouts are not actually ready for you to come and get. But I was just letting you know that if you lost 3rd round of Sportsman, you have money coming to you. So just chill out for a little bit. I'll let you know when payouts are ready. We won't let you leave without your money, don't worry. Justin Short and Nick Giacconi. 4 Huns separate them up front. Win light, Short, 47. 763.0 on the 758 dial and taking 3 thou stripe. Good job of driving there for Justin. Giacconi missed it up front. 1 above 2. Not getting there by 3 thou. Jay Griner and Matt Fritz. Griner left side, 676 the dial in the 74 Pontiac Ventura. Racing for Team Sac, right side Fritz, 632 the dial in. Racing for Team Famoso out of Bakersfield. One of them's in trouble. Win light Griner, 23 up front, dead 2, 25 total, taking 50 thou stripe. Fritz, 57 up front, 1 above 8, no dice. Ryan Smith and Robert Bagley. Smith left side out of Chandler, Arizona, racing for Wild Horse Pass in the 63 Falcon, 740, right side Bagley. 758 the dial in out of Oakdale, California. Racing for Team Sac, the quality scaffolding. Hot Rod. Identical 006 reaction times off the hit. Win light goes to Ryan Smith. 006, 5 above 7, taking 21 thou stripe. Bagley also 006 up front, 7 above 8. Could not run the number to not get there 21 thou. Junior Stanley, Peggy Burns. Stanley left side out of Vacaville, racing for Team Sac. That was 639. Right side Burns, 718 the dial in out of Lancaster. In the fair lane, racing for Famoso. Peggy turns it red, but Junior was ready. How about trip, zip, dead 7 for Junior Stanley to be 7 total. Junior was ready. Burns missed it, goes way red, and then way above, clicks it off early. Cliff Hall and Robert Crum. This is going to be a good one right here. Hall left side, 657 to dial in. In the 64 Falcon, racing for Team Sac. Right side Crum, 663 the dial in. One of them's in trouble. Win light. Crum, 19 dead, 5. How about 24 total for Mr. Robert? Cliff missed it up front and then breaks it out by 1 thou and not getting there 42 and mathematically ineligible. We need bikes to the lanes. We need motorcycles. Motorcycles. Need you to the lanes. Motorcycles to the lanes. Motorcycles to the lanes. Jeff Barth and John McCarthy. My girlfriend thinks she can tell me how to announce now that she's running the computer. Don't get too sassy over there. One of them's in trouble. The win light. McCarthy, 12 up front, 3 above 6, taking 26 thou at the finish line. Barth, 45 up front, 2 above 9, no good. Vinny Lombardi and John Tobias. A couple of unorthodox cars that you would see in pro. One is a street truck, one is a home-built dragster that was built to race off the bottom. Originally, this car was built to race Sportsman, and they told him, hey, nah, you can't do that, dog. Good try, though. Lombardi, 882, Tobias, 613. 5 thou separate him up front. Winlight, Lombardi, 36 up front, one above 5, taking 34 thou stripe. Tobias, 31. And then 618.4 on the 613 dial in. And right back to the trailer. And into the cooler. Gary Harefield and David Meyer. Harefield left side, 791 out of San Diego. Beautiful city. That's one of the few places in California that I would actually like to live. San Diego, if you haven't been to San Diego, highly recommend it. Harefield, 791, racing for Barona in the Corvette. Meyer, right side, 598, the dial-in in the Cavalier, racing for Team Sac. Man, that Corvette is deadly. Winlight on the double breakout. Meyer's gonna get him 50 up front, breaks it out by a Hun to get behind 38 thou. Harefield was 14 and then breaks it out 12 thou. Took 38, needed to take 26 or less. Joe Levitt and James Woody. Levitt, left side, 663 the dial-in. Is that Joe or Jen? It says Joe Levitt. We're gonna go with Joe Levitt. $15 thou separate him up front. Winlight Woody, 15. 3 above 8. Levitt, 30 up front. 3 above 9. Woody taking the win by 16 thou at the finish line. Christopher Burton and Dan Stanley. Burton left side, 869 the dial in. Racing for Team Sonoma. Right side, Dan Stanley. 629 the dial in. For the Camaro, racing for Sac. Once again, we need bikes to the lanes. We need bikes. Round number 3 to the lanes. Winlight Burton, 15. 6 above 6, taking 62 thou stripe. Stanley missed it up front and then breaks it out 15 thou. No good. Roger Phillips and Jack Swanson. Phillips left side. Out of Modesto in the Punisher Nova, dialed 649. Right side, Jack Swanson, 758 the dial-in out of Yucaipa. In the 67 Camaro. It's almost starting to look like a regular Sac points race now. $16 thou separate him up front. Winlight. Phillips gonna take the win from Jack. 27 up front, dead 7 taking 31 thou stripes. Swanson was 11 up front, and then 763.4 on the 758 dial in. Dave Schaefer and Robert Strong. Strong right side, 667 the dial in for the Hemet California runner, racing for Team Irwindale. In the Firebird, left side, Schaefer out of Auburn, 66 Mustang, dialed 622. Winlight Strong, 44 up front, 1 above 7, taking 32 thou stripe. Schaefer missed it, goes 3 above 0, no good. Herc Ussery and John Kreiner. Usry left side, 686 the dial in for the Plumber out of Modesto. In the Nova, right side Kreiner, 645 the dial in for the Mercury Cougar out of Sparks, Nevada. And Usry clicks it, 7 thou red. Give the win to Kreiner, 27 up front. And way above, must have clicked it off earlier or something. Usry 007, James Bott on the dark side. And then 2 above 6. Noah Dice. Chase Trimp and Candy Larson. Trimp left side, 569 the dial in for the Roadster out of Wilton. Right side, Candy Larson, 869 the dial in out of Westminster, racing for Irwindale. Chase is going to be waiting for a hot minute. One of them is in some severe trouble. Look at Chase ripping down there, and Chase pulls out the win. He was not great up front, and then 574-2, taking a thou at the finish line. Candy was 003 and then runs a 10th above. Chase definitely had his serving of Lucky Charms this morning before he came to the track. Dean Kirkman and Kevin Diadamo. Kevin right side, 770. Kirkman left side, 644. Win like Kirkman. 32 up front, 1 above 3, taking 19, 10 thou at the finish line. Diadamo was 16 up front, and then 3 above 0. No good. We need Super Pro, round number 3. Super Pro, round number 3, needs to the lanes. Super Pro, round number 3, needs to the lanes. Stephen Cochran and Alvin Clark. Clark clicks at 19 thou red, give the win to Cochran. 42 up front, 675-0 on the 674 dial in out the back door. Cochran moving on to round number 4 of Pro. Carl Heiner and C.W. Hofer. Heiner left side, 712 the dial in, racing for Team Sac and the Maverick. Right side, C.W. Hofer, 673 the dial in for the Firebird. C.W. is no slouch. And he's 16 on the green side. Heiner, way, way, way red. A little too eager off the hit, and Hofer going to move on 16, and then 767 on the 763 dial in. And your legal buy run for Pro, Robert Butler. 571 the dial in. Gonna chalk up another point. Oh no, he's team 2. Never mind. Oh, he's 006 off the hit. And then 1 above 0 out the back door. And that's going to do it for Pro. We should have motorcycles rolling around the corner next. Super Pro needs to the lanes. All right, it's a motorcycle time. Gonna go back to the long track. First pair, David Ochoa and Clay Pollitt. Ochoa left side, 907 the dial in out of Tulare, California, racing for Famoso. Pollitt right side, 826 the dial in, racing for Team Irwindale. We're pre-staged. Ochoa's in. Pollitt's in. 5 thou separate them up front. Win light. Pollitt, 24. 5 above 7, take a 34th thou stripe. Ochoa, 29 up front. 915.6 on the 907 dial-in. No good. Anthony Vanetti and Randy Ditchin. Vanetti, left side. 786 the dial-in for the runner out of Reno, Nevada, racing for Top Gun. Right side, Ditchin, 983 the dial-in. One of them's in a lot of trouble. Win light. Vanetti, 11, and way above, almost a 10th above. To get behind 15th thou, actually, Ditchin was way late on the tree and then breaks out by half a 10th. Taking 15th thou at the finish line. Mike O'Neill and Andrew Manning. O'Neill left side, 842 the dial-in. Racing for Team Sac, and right side Andrew Manning out of La Crescenta, California. The Jeff Jones owned scooter. Racing for Team Irwindale. Manning, 898. O'Neill, 842. 10 thou separate them up front. One of them's 004. Win light. Manning, 004. 9037 on the 898 dial-in, taking 34th out at the finish line. Mike was 14 up front and then dropped the anchor to not get there by 34th out. No good. Laverne Harper and Clayton Howie. Harper left side, 898 the dial-in out of Fontana, racing for Sacramento. Wait a minute. He's got a W. I don't know. Howie right side, 851 the dial-in out of Hanford, racing for Famoso. Win light. Howie. 2 above 7, taking 10th out at the stripe. Harper missed it. 2 above 6. No good. Brian Bognuda and Ray Myers. Myers right side, 840 the dial-in out of Fresno, racing for Team Sac. Left side, Bognuda out of Miranda, California, racing for Team Samoa. 785 the dial-in for Bognuda. Seventh thou separate him up front. Win light, Bognuda, 56 up front. 4 above 6 to get there. 510 thou at the finish line. 5 chiclets. Ray Myers was 63, 3 above 9. And no good by the hair of his chinny chin chin. Paul Silvis and Matthew Fredericks. Silvis left side, 9:45. Fredericks right side, 9:12. Win light. Silvis, 13, 2 above 5, taking 17th thou stripe. Fredericks, 29 up front, 2 above 6. No good. And that's going to do it for motorcycles. We should have Super Pro rolling around the corner. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Once again, Super Pro, if you're not here, you're late. So before everybody heads out tonight, if you're going to leave today and skip the Gambler tomorrow to get a head start on driving home, I want to say thank you for everybody that drove on behalf of all of the Sacramento Raceway staff and the NHRA Division 7 Raceway or Division 7 staff. We really appreciate everybody that drove to come out to what will most likely be the last ET Finals at Sacramento Raceway. I hope everybody had a great time. And if you end up leaving tonight or tomorrow morning and skipping the Gambler, please drive safe. Return home safely so you can more than likely go to work on Monday, because I know I'll be doing it. I want to thank all of the NHRA staff and the SAC Raceway staff. Putting in a long week because we started on Tuesday with testing, and then Wednesday we were parking, and then Thursday we started racing. And if you are staying for the Gambler tomorrow, hope everybody has a safe day tomorrow, because I'm doing the king of the track and then dipping after tomorrow. So with that being said, we have Super Pro rolling through the water. Also, thanks to Jen and Tony for letting me stay at Hotel Trimp for 3 days. Jesse Adams and Bill Wood gonna start us off in round number 3 of Super Pro. 470 is the dial-in for Jesse Adams on the left-hand side. Out of Brownsville Valley in the 2010 Sacramento chassis dragster. 486 the dial-in for Bill Wood on the right side. The 98 Victory chassis, racing for Team Reading, hailing from Reading. They go in almost simultaneously. Here we go. 8 thou, separate them up front. Scoop slapping for Jesse, but the win's going to go to Bill Wood. 19 up front, 2 above 2, taking 16 thou stripe. Jesse was 11 up front and then gave it back, 16 thou, going 4 above 6. Jason Vanderpool and Tony Trimp. Vanderpool left side, 490 the dial in. Trimp right side, 473. Vanderpool, the 2016 Racecraft chassis out of Reading. He was telling me at the golf tournament we had before the Samoa race that he wanted to strap a whole lot of nitrous and go Todd Dragster racing. And Trimp, right side, in the 08 Race Tech chassis. And Tony clicks at 24, thou red. Give the win to Jason Vanderpool, 33 up front. And then 2 thou under, moving on to round number 4. Lonnie Grace and Ted Seipel. Grace left side, 540 the dial-in for the runner out of Fallon, the 02 Chevy Cavalier. Powered by a small block Chevy under the hood and the scoop, racing for Top Gun. Right side, Ted Seipel. The Spring Fling sponsored ride, 649. And Ted clicks it 2 thou red. Lonnie Grace gonna move on, 31 up front, breaks it out of thou. Cody Cloud and Michael Brundage. 640 the dial-in for the 64 Falcon, piloted by Cody Cloud on the left-hand side, racing for Team SAC. Right side, Michael Brundage, 504 the dial-in for the runner out of Palo Cedro, California, earning his points for Team Reading. Cody clicks at 6 thou red. Give the win to Michael Brundage, 19 up front, dead 5 to be 24 total. Brundage moving on. John Garafola and Joe Levitt. Garafola left side, 658 the dial-in out of Fernley, Nevada. In the 83 Chevy S10 with a blower strapped on top, racing for Top Gun. Right side, Joe Levitt, 604 the dial-in. Runner out of Carmichael in the 67 Nova. Big block 502 under the hood. $25 thou separate him up front, a win light. Joe Levitt, 11, one above 5 to get behind 10 thou. Garafola was 36 up front, breaks it out 17 thou, took 10 thou and mathematically ineligible. Cliff Hall and Jake Wood. Jake Wood, last night's Race of Champions Super Pro winner, dialed 522 in the 93 S&W chassis dragster, racing for Team Reading. His dad just won a couple of passes ago, and he's going up against Cliff Hall, left side, out of Carmichael, California. The 64 Hall Bros Falcon, the red rope he calls it. Racing for Team SAC. Oh, one of them missed it. Win light, Cliff Hall, 16, 4 above 0, taking 18 thou stripe. Jake was way late, dead 0, and couldn't get there. Robert Crum and Robert Butler, the battle of the Robs. One is in a Nova, dialed 663 on the left-hand side. The other is in a 66 Chevelle owned by Bill Bertram on the right side. About 628. Thou separate them up front. Win light. Robert Crum, 007, 3 above 0, taking 14 thou stripe. Butler was 17 up front, 3 above 4. No good. Sportsman needs to the lane. Sportsman around number 4 needs to the lane. Sportsman around number 4 needs to the lane. Sportsman round number 4 needs to the lanes. Jason Hoffman and John Prop. Hoffman left side out of Vacaville in the 72 Nova, racing for Team Sonova. Dialed 690. Right side, John Prop, 481 in the lawn dart. And something wrong in the delay box for Prop. Give the win to Hoffman, 49 up front, breaks it out 18th out. Moving on to round number 4. Gary Carlson, left side, 7:01 the dial in for the Santa Rosa runner, racing for Team Sonoma. Their typical, usual Wednesday night announcer in the 75 Triumph TR7. Over on the left side, right side, Ron Kelly, 577 the dial in for the Nova. He's gonna hit the throttle stop and then he's gonna take off. The wind light, Ron Kelly, 14, 2 above 0, taking 22 thou stripe. Carlson, 27 up front, 2 above 9, no good. Craig Merrilees and Tony Citro. Merrilees left side, the top bulb Tesla. The NASA engineering magic that he's got going on in there surpasses Disney magic. Dialed 739, right side, Tony Citro, 664 the dial in. This will be a Sonoma point or no point. Oh. Merrilees on the brakes and gets the win. 10 up front. Goes 1 above 1 on the brakes to take a 10th. Citro missed it and then breaks out 11th thou. No good. Norm Bergman and David Cook. Bergman left side, 665 the dial in for the Mustang. Right side, David Cook. As Hannah rolls into the water box, David, 562 the dial in for the Thunderbird. Three thou separate him up front. Wind light. David Cook, 25 up front. 569.0 on the 562 dial in, taking 38 thou stripe. Bergman was 22 up front, was 3 thou ahead. And then a 10th above, no good. Hannah Cook now. Try to move on to the next round with her father. Michael Giacconi right side, 599 the dial in out of Eureka. Racing for Team Samoa. Cook left side, 449 the dial in, racing for Team Sonoma. Very similar names, completely different sides of the state. Nine thou separate him up front. Wind light. Hannah Cook. 15, 1 above 6, taking 13 thou strike. Giacconi, 24 up front. 2 above 0. No bueno. Tim O'More and John Carvalho. O'More left side, 592 the dial in for the 88 Camaro out of Tucson. Right side, Carvalho, 632 the dial in for the 67 Mazdas Plus Camaro. Racing for Team Sac. Hide the sharp objects from Tim O'More. Tim clicks it 11 thou red, breaks it out 9 thou, and John Carvalho's reaction time started with a .1. John's definitely got the horseshoe hanging somewhere on the roll bar in there. Todd Ferguson and John DeWald. Ferguson left side, 612 the dial in out of Lakeside, California, in the 56 Thunderbird. Joe Seaby-owned car, racing for Verona. Right side, John DeWald, 661 the dial in for the 71 Vega. Out of Rancho Cucamonga, racing for Team Irwindale. And John DeWald, trans brake must not have held because he just went ahead and went. Tough break for John DeWald. Ferguson was 14 up front and then 2 above 2. Moving on to round at number next. All right, payouts are available. We are ready to do payouts. They're going to be over here by the souvenir stand. Be ready with the social security number when you get there. Per Eric. Once again, payouts are ready over here next to the tower, directly beside the NHRA trailer by the souvenir window. Right at the same building as the bathrooms, I believe. Greg Dreyer and Troy Moyle. Dreyer 569 in the Chevette, Moyle 562 in the Alter. 3 thou separate them up front. Win light, Moyle on the double breakout, 12 up front. Breaks it out by 1 thou to get behind 26 thou. Dreyer 15 up front, breaks it out 3 hun and needed to get behind. Pro needs to the lanes, Pro needs to the lanes, Pro needs it to the lanes. Andrew Olson and Doug Fleetwood. Olson left side, 590 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. Right side, Fleetwood 673 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. $10 thou separate them up front. Win light. Andrew Olson on the double breakout, 31 up front, breaks it out 5 thou to get behind 25 thou. Fleetwood 21 up front, breaks it out 2 hun, took 25 at the stripe, needed to take 5 or less. Eric Reyes and Mark Simonian. Reyes left side out of Tracy, California, 485 the dial in. Racing for Team Sonoma. Right side Simonian, 568 the dial in out of Sanger, California, racing for Team Famoso. In the 61 Ford Falcon Super Gas chassis car. $20 thou separate them up front. Win light. Mark Simonian on the double breakout, 003, breaks it out 3 thou, takes 20 thou at the stripe. Reyes 23 up front, breaks it out 3 thou, and had to get behind more than he did. He was behind 20 thou, needed to get behind 23 thou. Anthony Broussard and Brad Pierce. Broussard left side, 677 the dial in out of Somerset, California, in the 61 Landboat Impala. Racing for Top Gun. Right side, Brad Pierce, 606 the dial in, from what I've heard. A pretty stout super gas racer. Racing for Team Famoso. $22 thou. 32 thou. No, 22 thou separated him, but the win's going to go to Brad Pierce, 28, dead 9. Broussard missed it up front and then breaks it out 7 hun and took 53 at the finish line. Richard Hardy and Dean Prowse. Hardy left side, 1276 the dial in. Prowse right side, 1760 the dial in. We're going to go long track racing. finally, Hardy leaves the starting line. One of them's in trouble. Winlight. Hardy gonna get it on the double breakout. Missed it big time, breaks it out to Thou. Prowse was 57 up front and took an entire cornfield at the finish line. No good. Brian Cam and John Terry. Cam left side, the 02 Catfish Camaro, 1268, racing for Team Sac. Right side, John Terry, 1254, the dial-in, racing for Team Sonoma. Five thou separate him up front. Winlight, Brian Cam, 75 up front, one above three, taking 27 thou stripe. John Terry was 80 up front, was 5 thou behind, 3 hunt above, no good. Christopher Conway and Nick Bublitz. And Nick turns it 21 thou red. Why couldn't if he had done that to me second round? That's all I'm saying. Christopher Conway. I know I suck, Eric. Christopher Conway going to pick up the win, 63 up front, a 10th above. Nick was 21 red, and then 3 hunt above, no good. Philip Topping, left side, 1259. Right side, Dwayne Opperman, 1199. One of them got absolutely tattooed on the tree. Winlight, it's going to be Dwayne Opperman, 009 up front, 1212 with a 3 on the 1199 dial-in. Philip Topping missed it, 3 above 1, no dice. Gary Harefield and Dennis Bowman. Harefield left side. Take the whole thing. 1199 the dial-in for Harefield. Right side, Dennis Bowman, 1280 the dial-in. And Bowman clicks it 6 thou red. Give the win to Gary Harefield. Harefield 19 up front and dead 0 out the back door. How about the little yellow C6 Corvette all the way from San Diego? Please tell me he drove it here. Can somebody confirm that he drove that yellow Corvette here and then just 19 total? Dennis Radcliffe and Bob Harris. Harris right side, 1217. Radcliffe left side, 1190. One of them's in trouble. Winlight says left lane, Dennis Radcliffe, 32 up front, 12058 on the 1190 dial-in. Taking 42 thou stripe. Harris missed it. And a 10th above, no good. Kevin Diadamo and Jordan Hart, 6 thou separate them up front. Winner, Kevin Diadamo. 56, 2 above 0, 58 thou stripe. Hart, 50 up front. 1383 with a 4 on the 1375 dial-in. And Diadamo going to move on. And Greg Rudd going to take the tree. Save the run. And back it up. And that's going to do it for Sportsman. Hey, all the racers that are still in, you are in the money. If you lost this round, you are in the money. If you're left in, you're in the money. If you're in question of whether or not you were in the money or not, come up to the tower or go see Mike Rice, and he can answer that question for you. Also, all of our winners, once you win, please just fuel it up, cool it down, and be on standby because we're going to start hot lapping and round by round. We're going to get this thing going. We're not taking breaks unless we have to. Well, I don't think we want to. So once again, guys, please be punctual when we call you to the lanes. You've been doing a great job so far. It's been a long day. Got a couple more rounds to go, and then we'll be done. Yes, he did, not a Z06. I know that he's got some stuff done to it, but that's pretty badass that he drove it all the way from San Diego, the little yellow C6. He's my hero. And we're gonna go straight into pro. Left side, James Woody out of La Costa, California, 597 the dial-in. In the 63 Corvette, racing for Team Barona. Right side, Don Momi, 583 the dial-in. Driver out of Stockton, racing for Team Sac in the 38 two-door sedan. Chevy two-door sedan. One of them is in trouble. Momi gets real close to that center line. Win light gonna go to Momi. 51 up front, dead 7, taking 12th out stripe. Woody was 18 up front, and then 6022 on the 597 dial-in at 113 miles an hour. So I don't know. He could have gave it back 12th out. I don't know. Mark Beaven and Vinny Lombardi. Beaven left side, 695 the dial-in out of Clovis, Arizona. Right side, Lombardi, 883 the dial-in out of Eureka. In the street truck, still going rounds in pro. Oh. Wind light, Beaven, 38. 3 above 0, taking 89th thou stripe. Lombardi missed it and broke it out 15th thou, no good. Eric Giacconi and Randy Snyder. Giacconi left side out of Eureka, California, the 66 Ranchero, dialed 758. Racing for Team Samoa. Right side, Snyder, 654 the dial-in, out of Orangevale. Racing for Team Sac. All right. To be clear, all the payouts are going to be done in front of the souvenir stand next to the NHRA trailer, the same building as the bathrooms. Winner, Randy Snyder, 15, 1 above 4 to get behind 40 thou. Giacconi, 36 up front, breaks it out. 753.3 on the 758 dial-in. Christopher Burton and Justin Short. Burton left side, 869 the dial-in in the 07 Mustang, racing for Team Sonoma out of Fairfax. Right side, Justin Short, 762 the dial-in out of Copperopolis, California. In the 97 Chevy S10, that is on sale, for sale. Racing for Team Sac. $35,000 separate them. One of them is Trip Winlight. Christopher Burton takes it, 35 up front, 876.3 on the 869 dial-in, gets there by 14th out. Justin Short was perfect, and then a 10th over the dial-in at 83 miles an hour. Gave it back. Oh, Justin. Jay Griner and Robert Crum. Griner left side, 676. Crum right side, 664. of them missed it big time. Win light. Griner, 10, dead 1, 11 total, taking 75 thou stripe. Robert Crum missed it up front, 1 above 0, no dice. Stephen Cochran and Ryan Smith. Cochran left side, 673 the dial-in out of Fair Oaks, California in the 68 Camaro. The right side, Ryan Smith, 639 the dial-in out of Chandler, Arizona in the Falcon wagon, racing for a Wild Horse Pass. 9 thou, separate them up front. Wind light, brake lights, Ryan Smith, 51. 647.8 on the 639 dial-in, taking 61 thou stripe. Cochran was 60 up front, and then a 1/10.5 above. Couldn't run the number. Roger Phillips and C.W. Hofer. Phillips left side, 649 the dial-in out of Modesto, racing for Team Sac. Right side, C.W. Hofer, 760 the dial-in in the 91 Firebird. Top end, Phillips, 23, 1 above 8, taking 28 thou stripe. Hofer, 39 up front, 3 above 0. Dropping the anchor, no good. David Meyer, John Kreiner. Meyer left side, 597 the dial-in in the Cavalier, racing for Team Sac. Kreiner right side out of Sparks, Nevada in the 67 Cougar, dialed 650, racing for Team Top Gun. And Kreiner leaves way early, gives the win to David Meyer. Well, I'm not going to say that reaction time. 596.1 on the 597 dial-in out the back door. Craig Merrilees and Chase Trimp. Merrilees left side, 750, won the dial-in. Just went out and got him another Tesla so he can race top bulb and bottom bulb. Oh, he's borrowing this one. Understood. Chase Trimp, right side, 569 the dial-in for the Roadster. One of them's in trouble. Wind light, Trimp, 16, 5 above 2, taking 83 thou stripe. Merrilees missed it up front, 4 above 2, no good. Stephanie Paz and Robert Strong. Paz left side. Stephanie Paz and Robert Strong. 12 thou, separate them up front. Wind light, Strong, 27 up front. Dead 5, 35 at the finish line. Paz, 15 up front. 5 above 2, no good. Motorcycles needed to the lanes. Motorcycles needed to the lanes. Motorcycles to the lanes. John McCarthy and Dean Kirkman. McCarthy left side, 670 the dial-in. Right side, Kirkman, 644 the dial-in. And we can take Super Pro. Super Pro, Super Pro, needs to the lanes. Super Pro and motorcycles, needs to the lanes. Super Pro and motorcycles, needed to the lanes. McCarthy going to pick up the win. 003, 5 above 3. Kirkman 004, red, 1 above 1. No dice. Greg Dreyer and Robert Butler. Dreyer left side, 569 the dial in for the runner out of Bakersfield in the little Chevette that rides out. Right side, Robert Butler, 571 the dial in. Out of Citrus Heights, the 73 Camaro. Dreyer clicks at 5,000 red. Give the win to Robert Butler, 52 up front, 3 above 1 for the win. And Junior Stanley gonna get the bye here since he was tripped last round. Don't know if he's gonna break the beams and back up or if he's actually gonna make a full pass. Full pass it is. Stanley 637.2 on the 639 dial-in, and that's going to do it for Pro. We should have motorcycles in the lanes and Super Pro. Motorcycles and Super Pro. Bring them on up. All right, we're going to get our motorcycles paired up back there. Looks like they're having a little group powwow over there. Trying to figure out who's got who. Once again, we should have a Super Pro in the lanes as well as motorcycles. Super Pro, you have been called. Alan Ross, that was 4th round. We're still in 4th round. This is 4th round motorcycles. Yep. So we have 4th round of motorcycles to go, 4th round of Super Pro to go, and then we'll move on to 5th round starting with Sportsman. All right, track is nice and cool now because the clouds moved in over the track, blocking the sun out. And turn it back to the long track. Paul Silvis and Clay Pollitt gonna start it off for us. Silvis left side, 9:45 the dial in for the rider out of Bakersfield. Racing for Team Famoso. Right side Pollitt, 8:26. Oh, man. Problems for Silvis. And he was 008 off the hit. Pollitt was 33, and Pollitt lifts to go 870 with the 9 at 105 miles an hour to take the dub. Silvis, 008 up front, and then the bike died right off the hit. Heartbreaker. Clayton Howie and Brian Bognuda. Bognuda on the right-hand side of the racetrack, dialed 786. Bognuda, normally been in the left lane today, got pushed over to the right. The rider out of Miranda, California, racing for Samoa. Clayton Howie left side, 852 the dial-in, racing for Team Famoso. One was 39 green, the other was 39 red. Give the win to Howie. 39 up front, one above 7. Moving on to round number next. Bognuda rolled it in deep, let go, and clicked it 39 thou red. Andrew Manning and Anthony Vanetti. Manning, left side, 898 the dial-in. Jeff Jones, the bike owner of the 99 Suzuki Hayabusa, racing out of Irwindale. The right side, Anthony Vanetti, 795 the dial-in out of Reno, racing for Top Gun. Lucas Oil on board. Top end. Give it to Anthony Vanetti. 45 up front. 8035 on the 795 dial-in. Taking a 10th at the finish line. Manning, who's been in the chat bleachers actually, was late up front. 911 with the 8-8 on the 898 dial-in at 138 miles an hour. So give another point to Team Top Gun. we should have Super Pro in the lanes. Super Pro, if you're not here, you're late. Don't be holding up the show now. All right, I got some news from Miss Allie. Tomorrow, the Gambler, we are doing a time run and buybacks. So one time run in the morning and first round buybacks for the Gambler tomorrow. 10 a.m. sharp. We'll start time runs at 10 a.m. Everybody gets one hit. And we're going to have first round buybacks. $100 to enter. Box and no box. We're going to separate box and no box until there's one left of each and then throw them into the next round. So once again, tomorrow, time runs at 10 a.m. Everybody gets one time run in the morning. $100 to enter. Electronics, box and no box are separate until one is left in either one of the categories. Then we're also doing a $50 motorcycle gambler as well. And you will get a time run. And we'll give the motorcycles buybacks too. So there you go. Motorcycle gambler gets a buyback. Box and no box gambler gets a buyback. It's $100 to enter the gambler for the box and no box side and $50 for the motorcycles. Tomorrow morning starting at 10 a.m. Also, if you're racing the King of the Track tomorrow, you cannot get in the gambler. If you're racing the King of the Track tomorrow, so that's what, me, Don, Roger, and Robert, we cannot get in the Gambler tomorrow because we're doing the King of the Track in conjunction with the Gambler in the morning so we can get that done. Moving on to Super Pro. Jason Hoffman and Cliff Hall. Hoffman left side, 687 the dial in out of Vacaville. Right side, Cliff Hall, the red rope, 655. 23 thou separate them up front. One of them's 004. Win like Hall, 4. 5 above 4. Taking 7 thou stripe. Hoffman, 27 up front. 3 above 8. No good. Oh, this should be a good race. Andrew Olson and Bill Wood. Olson left side. 1970 Camaro. Right out of Sacramento. Right here, about 10 minutes down the road, 589. Bill Wood, 488 the dial in. For the runner out of Reading, race for Reading Drag Strip, a little bit farther down the road than Andrew. As Jake looks on. Here we go. 4 thou separate them up front. Win light. Olsen, 23, 1 above 0, taking 16, 10 thou at the finish line. Bill Wood, 19, 1 above 5 to not get there by 16, 10 thou. Ron Kelly and Brad Pierce. Ron, left side, 578 the dial-in in the 67 Chevy Deuce. Brad Pierce, right side, 606 the dial-in for the 58 C1 Corvette. Racing for Team Famoso. And Pierce clicks at 7th thou red, give the win to Ron Kelly. 35 up front, breaks it out of thou, moving on to round number next. Todd Ferguson and Michael Brundage. It's getting exciting now, folks. Ferguson left side, 614 the dial-in out of Lakeside, California. The 56 Thunderbird racing for Barona. The Joe Seeby owned hot rod. Right side, Michael Brundage. 504 the dial-in out of Palo Cedro, California. The 01 Sarmento chassis dragster racing for Team Redding. Ferguson 614, Brundage 504. Huge wheel stand out of the Thunderbird. Gathers it back up into the groove. Win light. Brundage 13, dead 7. How about 20 total for Brundage, taking 49 thou stripe. Ferguson missed it. 1 above 3. No good. Jason Vanderpool and David Cook. Vanderpool left side, 489 the dial-in. The 2016 Racecraft chassis dragster out of Reading. Right side, David Cook, 561 the dial-in. The 55 Thunderbird. It's a super gasser, but it's got a windshield with the mirror. Very interesting setup. $11 thou, separate them up front. Win light says Vanderpool, 24, dead 4. 28 total, taking 22 thou stripe. Cook, 35 up front, 1 above 5. Not getting there by 22 thou. Now, Handa Cook. Left side out of Novato, the 2016 Miller chassis dragster racing for Team Sonoma, 449 the dial-in. Right side, Robert Crum, 663 the dial-in for the 63 Nova. Based out of Chico, racing for Reading. One of them is in trouble. Cook has this one just about wrapped up. Win light. Cook 6, 1 above 9. 6, 1 above 6 to be 12. That's math. 24 total. Robert Crum, 31 up front, broke out 3 Hun, took 21, mathematically ineligible. Lonnie Grace and Joe Levitt. Grace left side, 539 the dial-in for the runner out of Fallon, racing for Top Gun in the 02 Cavalier. Right side, Joe Levitt, 605 the dial-in, based out of Carmichael. The 67 Nova, racing for Team SAC. $28 thou separate them. One of them's 001 up front. Win light gonna go to Joe Levitt. 001, 2 above 5, taking 10 thou stripe. Grace 29 up front, dead 7 to be no good. Put the car in the trailer and pull the beer out the cooler. Craig Marilis and John Carvalho. Marilis left side, 740 the dial-in out of Windsor, the top bulb Tesla. A killer on Wednesday nights in Sonoma. Racing for Team Sonoma. Right side Carvalho, 632 the dial-in out of Modesto. 67 Camaro, Mazda's plus entry. Racing for Team SAC. $15 thou separate them up front. Win light. Marilee's gonna get the job done. He was 15 thou behind on the hit, goes dead 7 to take 13 at the stripe. Carvalho was 30 on the tree, 3 above 5, no good. Troy Moyle and Mark Simonian. Moyle left side, 525 the dial in out of Carson City, Nevada in the 27 Ford Altered. Earning points for Top Gun and right side, Mark Simonian out of Sanger, California, 567 the dial in the 61 Falcon Super Gasser. Racing for Team Famoso. Oh, one of them had some issues. Wrong numbers in the delay box. Give the win to Mark Simonian. 15, 2 above 2. Taking 3/10 at the finish line. Almost ended up on 00 something show. Moyle left side. Had some issues in the delay box and then breaks it out 15th out. No good. Once again, the Gambler tomorrow starts at 10 a.m. where everybody is going to get one time run. $100 to enter box and no box. They'll be run together. Box and no box run together in the same Gambler, but separated between box and no box until there's one left in either category. $50 to enter the motorcycle Gambler. And the King of the Track. If you're racing the King of the Track, we cannot get in the Gambler for tomorrow. So myself, Don Caesar, Robert Butler, and Roger Phillips. We can't get in the Gambler tomorrow. Yes, there will be a live feed tomorrow outside the box. We need Sportsman and Pro to the lanes. Sportsman and Pro needs to the lanes. Sportsman and Pro needs it to the lanes. Sportsman, you're the priority because you're first in the rotation. So Sportsman, bring him on up. Pro needs you as well. Attention in the pits. We have a racer in need. We need a Class 5 hitch pin. We need a Class 5 hitch pin. They're located. Where are they located, Eric? Right down there. About 100 feet past the grandstands at the fence. The pro cars can pull right on up to the front of the lanes or to the curve, wherever Ron is. Motorcycles needs to the lanes. Motorcycles, bring them on up. Motorcycles, bring them on up. All right. So speaking about the team points, I guess we'll start with fifth currently. So fifth is Famoso with 25 points. Fourth is Irwindale with 27 points. Third is Reading with 30 points. Second is Sonoma with 39 points. And Sac is in first with 57. Valiant effort to Tucson, Vegas, Wild Horse Pass, and Western Colorado. I didn't even know there was people here from Western Colorado. One guy. And he won 2 rounds. Nice. Shout out to the guy that came from Western Colorado. Or girl. It's time for long track sportsmen. Gary Harefield and Richard Hardy. Quarterfinals, left side Harefield, 11.99 the dial-in. Out of San Diego. He did, in fact, drive it all the way here from San Diego. This guy is my idol. Streetcar Corvettes to the front, baby. Right side, Richard Hardy, the 2018 Charger out of Tracy. Win light, Harefield, 65 out the gate, 12-14-6 on the 11.99 dial-in, taking 55 thou stripe out the back door. Dwayne Opperman and Greg Rudd. This should be, on paper, a good race. Dwayne Opperman, one of the heavy hitters out of Reading in the left side, 11.99. Greg Rudd, right side, 13.08, no slouch at Sacramento either. And Opperman clicks it 14 thou red. Give the win to Greg Rudd. Rudd is 36 up front. And then dead 5 out the back door. Brian Cam and Kevin Diadamo. Cam left side, 12.65. Diadamo right side, 12.12. Cam already on the brakes, brake lights. Now Diadamo's on the brakes. Give the win to Brian Cam, 44 up front, 4 above 0. To get behind 9th thou, Kevin Diadamo missed it up front, broke out. 12.099 on the 12.12 dial-in, took 9th thou at the stripe. Dennis Radcliffe and Christopher Conway. Radcliffe left side, 11.90. Conway right side, 12.88. And Radcliffe, 38 red. Give the win to Christopher Conway. Missed it up front. And then breaks out 16th out the back door. At just a tickle under 104 miles an hour. And that's going to do it for Sportsman. We should have Pro. We should have Pro in the lanes and Motorcycle. You guys can come up too. There should be 3 of you left. And we're getting real close to sending 4 Division 7 representatives to Vegas for the national championship. It's getting real serious and real stressful real quick. All right, down to 13 in Pro. Don Momey and Ryan Smith Gonna start it off for us. Don, left side, out of Stockton. A 38 two-door Chevy sedan. Chevy 545 under the hood. 583 the dial in. Right side, Ryan Smith. The 63 Ford Falcon wagon out of Chandler, Arizona, racing for Wild Horse Pass. Trying to carry the Wild Horse Pass team to a final round and hopefully to a Vegas appearance. 641 the dial in. 50 thou separate him. One of them's perfect. Windlight, Momi, trip 2 above 0 to take 4 thou at the stripe. Smith 50 up front, breaks it out 26 thou to not get there. 4 thou and Momi moving on. Jay Griner and Christopher Burton. Griner left side, southern San Francisco, California is where he hails from in the 74 Pontiac Ventura. 675 the dial in for Jay. Right side, Chris Burton, 874 the dial in for the Mustang out of Fairfax, racing for Team Sonoma. You'll find him on Wednesday nights out at Sonoma. One of them's in trouble. Windlight. Christopher Burton, 25, 1 above 6, taking 45 thou stripe. Griner missed it, 2 above 5, dropping the anchor, no good. Next pair. Right side. Chase Trimp out of Wilton, California, the 569 dial in on the 95 Brogy Roadster. Left side, Robert Strong out of Hemet, California, all the way from Irwindale. And the 68 Pontiac Firebird, dialed 665. Oh, this next matchup is going to be deadly. I can't wait for that one. Look at the pair in the water box right now. Holy smokes. Super Pro needs to the lanes. Super Pro needs to the lanes. Super Pro needs to the lanes. And Chase Trimp clicks it 1 thou red. Put him on suicide watch. Strong was 44 up front, then broke it out 2 thou. Chase was 1 thou red and 1 above 6. The Roadster's going on sale tonight. It'll be gone by the weekend. Now this one. This is a huge matchup. Roger Phillips and Robert Butler. Phillips left side out of Modesto, the 69 Punisher Nova. The Yenko paint job. The lime green paint. Dialed 649 on the left-hand side. Right side to Robert Butler, 573 the dial in. Your Super Pro points champion. Down to 13 cars in Pro. Both racing for Team SAC. $21 thou separate him up front. Windlight says Phillips. How about 005, 1 above 2 to be 17 total. To get behind 4 thou, Butler was 26 up front, broke it out 13 thou, took 4 thou, and say it with me, mathematically ineligible. Junior Stanley and Randy Snyder. Stanley left side, 637 the dial in out of Vacaville, the 62 Ford Falcon. Right side, Randy Snyder, 653 the dial in the 73 Vega. 637 to a 653. And Randy clicks it 35 thou red, give the win to Junior Stanley. 007 up front, 2 above 3. And moving on to the quarterfinals of Pro. Your last pair in Pro, then we have a bye run. Left side, David Meyer out of Sheridan in the 2000 Cavalier. dialed 596. Right side, Mark Bevan, 693 the dial. Out of Clovis, Arizona, racing for Team Sac. Clovis, California. Why did I say AZ? Oh. One of them is in trouble. Winlight, Meyer, 28, 2 above 1 to take 49th out at the finish line. Bevan missed it. 4 above 4, no good. And your Byron, John McCarthy out of Gustine in the 63 Nova, racing for Team Sac. Super Pro needs to the lanes. Super Pro needs to the lanes. Super Pro needs to the lanes. John is 19 up front. And 6 above 2 out the back door. Once again, Super Pro needs to the lanes. Start turning them and burning them. If you get a wind light, gas it, cool it, fuel it, whatever, ready to go. Be on standby for your call to the lanes. And once again, going to the long track for the motorcycles. First pair, or the only technical pair of the round, going to the semis right now, of the motorcycles, Clayton Howie and Clay Pollitt. Howie, left side out of Hanford, California, racing for Team Famoso. On the 06 Kawasaki, dialed 852. Right side, Pollitt, 826 the dial in. Racing for Team Irwindale. One of them is in some severe trouble. Right lane, large and in charge, wind light. Right lane, 003. 4 above 5, taking 29th out stripe. Howie, 40 up front, 3 above 7, no good. Clay Pollock gonna move to the final round against Anthony Vanetti. And Anthony Vanetti, speak of the devil, 793. He's gonna scratch on the dial-in board. Out of Reno, Nevada, racing for Top Gun. Gonna make his solo shot here and go to the final round to face Clay. Anthony, not gonna lie, wasn't too stout up front. 799.8 on the 793 dial-in. Gonna move on to the final round of a motorcycle. And we should have Super Pro around the bend, getting paired up. We should have 9 coming back in Super Pro. 9 down to 5, down to 3. Down to 2, down to 1.
Again, guys, payouts are right in front of the souvenir booth. You can't miss it. You had to walk by it to get up here. The black skirted table, the really unfriendly little dog in front of it. Name's Bear, and Bear will just panic if he see you and get so excited.
Allie, you have Bear at the track and you didn't bring him up to the tower? I want to see my buddy. I'm really hurt. All right, Super Pro rolling through the water right now. First pair, right side. Michael Brundage out of Palo Cedro, California, the 01 Sacramento chassis dragster. Still going strong for Team Redding. Left side, Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro, 577 the dial in for the 67 Chevy Deuce. Hi, Bear. Bear. So Ron Kelly and Michael Brundage. Kelly's in. Brundage is in. $30,000 separate them up front. Win light, Brundage 10, one above 4. How about 24 total, taking 20,000 stripe for Brundage. Kelly missed it up front, dead 4, and not in the game. Craig Merrilies and Cliff Hall. Merrilies, the top bulb Tesla, on the left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed 740. Right side, Cliff Hall, 655 the dial in for the Hall Bros 64 Falcon. Craig has been steady taking out Sacramento racers all day. This Tesla, man, it's almost unfair. Win light, Merrilies, 007, one above 7, taking 42,000 stripe. This almost unfair. Cliff wasn't terrible, 33, and then 58 with the 3 on the 55 dial-in. No good. Andrew Olson and Mark Simonian. Olson left side, 590 the dial-in. Right side, Simonian, 566 the dial-in. One of them is in trouble. Win light, Simonian, 21, 2 above 2, taking 22,000 stripe. Olson missed it. And then 1 above 3, and Andrew's day is done. We need Pro and Sportsman to the lanes. Pro and Sportsman needs to the lanes. Pro and Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Jason Vanderpool and Hannah Cook. Vanderpool left side, 488 the dial-in out of Redding. 2016 Racecraft chassis dragster. 488 for the runner out of Redding. Right side, Hannah Cook out of Nevada, the 2016 Miller chassis dragster. 450 the dial-in, racing for Sonoma. 18,000 separate them. One's 002, win light. Vanderpool 002, 2 above 0, taking 3,000 stripe. Cook 20 up front, dead 5. No dice. Joe Levitt, the buy run in Super Pro. Once again, we need Pro and Sportsman to the lanes. Pro and Sportsman needs to the lanes. How about Joe, 006 up front? Breaks it out, 5 thou out the back door. We need all winners to the back of the lanes. All winners except bikes. No bikes. We need all winners to the lanes except bikes. See y'all in the chat bleachers. Hope everybody's having a good time watching on the live feed. Everybody hanging out at the track. If you're hanging out for tomorrow for the Gambler, we appreciate that. Once again, the Gambler starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. $100 to enter the box and no box side. Box and no box will be separate until there's one left in either category. And there will be buybacks. So everybody gets a time run in the morning, including the Race of Champions. But the Race of Champions competitors cannot get into the Gambler. And then also the $50 to enter Motorcycle Gambler. You also get a time run and a buyback as well. Once again, we should have Pro and Sportsman in the lanes. doing a quick hand spray and drag. It's long track time. Gary Harefield and Greg Rudd. Harefield with the dry hop. Now he's really my hero. He street drives the Corvette all the way here from San Diego, and he's out here doing dry hops. I love this guy. 1196 the dial-in for Harefield. Right side, Greg Rudd, 1307 the dial-in. Out of Elk Grove, racing for Team Sac. There's the brake lights, and there's the wind light for Harefield. 31 up front, 12.045 on the 1196 dial-in, taking 50,000 stripe. Greg whiffed on the tree in 13.090. No good. Brian Cam and Christopher Conway. Cam left side, 1264. Conway right side, 1286. $11,000 separate them up front. Brake lights, wind light, Cam moving to the final. Wasn't too stout on the starting line. 1265.9 on the 1264 dial-in. Taking 28 at the finish line. So it'll be Brian Cam and Harefield in the final of Sportsman. Once again, we need all winners back to the lanes as soon as possible, aside from motorcycle. All winners back to the lanes, aside from motorcycle and sportsman. Sportsman, you just ran, so you can hang tight for a minute. We need pro and basically pro and super pro. Me and Michelle are up here laughing at the train of cows out there in the distance. It's not funny, but it is. First pair of the quarterfinal in pro. John McCarthy, left side, out of Gustine, California, the 63 Chevy Nova. 674 the dial in. Right side, Christopher Burton, 874 the dial in. A streetcar that could. The 07 Mustang racing for Team Sonoma. McCarthy racing for Team SAC. McCarthy waits patiently. Burton pre-stages. Burton bumps in. McCarthy's in. Here we go. They are dead even off the hit. Win light. Burton, 25, dead 4, 29 total to get behind 8th thou. McCarthy, 25 up front, broke out 4th thou. 4th thou. Took 8th thou. Needed to take 4 or less. Burton moves on to the semifinals. Roger Phillips, left side, 649 the dial in. Out of Modesto, the 69 green Nova, you can't miss it. Racing for Team SAC. Right side, Robert Strong, 667 the dial in, out of Hemet, California, racing for Team Irwindale. One of the Southerners still going strong. The 68 Pontiac Firebird. The old school snorkel scoop on the hood. The old school solid front wheels. Strong is in. Phillips is pre-staged. Phillips is staged. Here comes Strong. Here we go. One of them is in trouble. Can Roger pull it out? Yes, he can. 44, dead 8 to get behind 49 thou. Robert Strong was 17 up front and broke it out 14th thou, took 49 at the finish line. And Roger Phillips still got the horseshoe stuffed up there somewhere, moving on to the next round. David Meyer and Junior Stanley. Meyer, left side, 596 the dial in out of Sheridan. 2000 Chevy Cavalier racing for Team SAC. Right side, 639 the dial in for Junior Stanley. Out of Vacaville, also racing for Team SAC. And Junior clicks at 31 thou red. Meyer gonna take the win and move on to the semifinals. 37 up front, breaks it out. 592-1 on the 596 dial-in. And Don Momey, the wild 38 two-door Chevy sedan. As soon as it leaves, it takes a hard detour to the left every time like clockwork. That one was a little bit straighter. Way red. way under. 580 with an 8 on the 583 dial-in at 117 miles an hour. And Super Pro should be next. Pro winners, we can take you right back on up to the lanes. I'm gonna hit it one more time just because Allie told me to. The Gambler tomorrow, 10 a.m. Box and no box. Separate until one is left, $100 to enter. One-time run in the morning for everybody, and first-round buybacks. $50 to enter the Motorcycle Gambler. Again, same thing. One-time run for everybody in the morning, and first-round buybacks. You know, if you've been out here this weekend and really didn't get the money returns on your investment like you had originally hoped, you might as well stay for the Gambler, as it's a gamble, you know. That's all drag racing is at the end of the day. We're just gambling with expensive stuff. I would race the Gambler, but I have other things to do that are more important because my girlfriend's sitting beside me, and I love her very much, right? She nods.
You learned how to glare at him yet?
All right, quarterfinals of Super Pro. Joe Levitt, left-hand side, 604 the dial-in. The 67 murdered out Nova, the big buck ballers. I didn't forget about you guys. Levitt dialed 604. Right side, Mark Simonian driving the Ryan Smith-owned 61 Ford Falcon, dialed 566. Racing for Team Famoso. And Joe Levitt clicks it 5,000 red, and he needed all of it because Mark Simonian's 001 dead on 2. How about Mark Simonian 3 total? Joe Levitt needed every bit of the tree that he could have got right there. And it is Mark Simonian moving on to the semifinals of Super Pro. Now, Craig Merrilies and Michael Brundage. Craig Merrilies, the top bulb Tesla, probably the lone reason why electric vehicles are going to have its own class next year, because this thing is damn near unfair. I mean, you just let go of the button and it just whoop, repeat. Like, it takes a driver. Craig's a good driver. I think he won a shootout at the TNA race not too long ago. Always goes rounds and kills it on Wednesday nights. Merrilies 744. Michael Brundage right side 504. Racing for Team Reading. And his teammate right behind him in the water box on a single. Thou separate him up front. Winlight. Oh, Brundage gets him 16 dead 9, taking 4th. Thou stripe. Marilees was 008 up front and gave it back for Thou. 2 above 1. And the Tesla is done. I can make a rhyme anytime. Jason Vanderpool, 490 the dial-in on the single. Moving to the semis. Vanderpool, how about 004 up front? And 9 Thou under out the back door. We need Pro and Super Pro right back. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Pro and Super Pro, bring it right back up. We're hot lapping you. All right, we can take Sportsman and Motorcycle final rounds to the lanes to do your contingency forms before you make your finals pass. Once again, Sportsman and Motorcycle, we can take you to the lanes to do your contingency forms before you make your last pass of the evening. Draxter, Jeff, don't worry. We already drilled that, beat that horse to the grave like Thursday. That is funny, though.
Hey guys, just a reminder, Sportsman started its payout in round 3. Motorcycle started its payout in round 3. Super Pro and Pro are round 4. So if you lost in round 3 in Sportsman or Motorcycle, or round 4 or later in Pro or Super Pro, you have a check waiting for you over there. We'll keep open till pretty much right after the finals are done, and long enough for everybody else to, get the stuff they need. But go get your money. We have a check written out for you. All you need to do is give us a Social Security or tax ID number. We'll send you on your merry way.
And a blood sample and a FBI background check and drug test and lie detector test, All right, so things didn't change much from the last time I briefed you all on the points. Verona ended up tying Famoso for 5th with 25 points. Irwindale, 29 points in 4th. Reading in 3rd with 34 points. Sonoma in 2nd with 42 points. And Sacramento way in the lead by a country mile with 65 points. So, unless there's some hidden points rule that I don't know about, Sac's going to win the points championship. All right, so I just got a call from Tony Trimp. All the finalists in tonight's race, so whether you win or runner-up, you get a free TNA Tech card at the next TNA race and a free TNA hat. So after you run your final, go stop by Jesse and Tony's pit area, get your hat, and talk to them about your free Tech card. Also, Tony was asking if anybody has a bottle of vodka they're willing to donate. He is flat out. Yeah, if you got a bottle of vodka, Tony's looking for one. But yes, all finalists tonight, Sportsman, Motorcycle, Super Pro, Pro. You get a free Tech card. So the winner and runner-up, go see Tony and Jesse, get your free hat, and talk to them about your Tech card. We need our Pro Semi to the lanes, please. I need Pro Semi to the lanes, please.
Okay, I believe the plan for Motorcycle and Sportsman is right after we get those other two semis run, we'll get you guys run out.
Jeff Serra's down to 3 in Bristol. That guy's a machine. Jeff Serra is on one this year, dude. Or is it Sean Serra? Which Sarah? I need to know. We need Mark Simonian to the lanes. Mark Simonian, we need you to the lanes. Even if you want to sit yours out, you still have to come up here and break the beams. Mark Simonian needs to the lanes. Your pro semifinal. Oh, I thought Mark had the bye. No, we need, wait. Oh, I'm confused. Yeah, we need Mark Simonian into the lanes. We got the first half of our pro semifinal. Christopher Burton, left side out of Fairfax, 873 the dial-in. Roger Phillips, 649 the dial-in on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Thou separate him up front. Win light. Roger Phillips with the Scooby. Okay. Phillips, 54 up front, 1 above 8. To get behind 51 Thou. Burton was 44 up front, 870 with a 7 on the 873 dial. They needed to tighten it up. No good. And the other half of the pro semifinal rolling through the water right now. Don Momey and David Meyer. Momey, left side, 583 the dial-in for the 38 two-door Chevy sedan that the chat bleachers are absolutely in love with. Right side, David Meyer, 594 the dial-in for the Cavalier. David, a multi-time division champion in various categories. Almost doubled last year. He's got the truck, he's got the Cav, he's got the Dragster. Cavalier is the weapon of choice this weekend. He's staged. Here comes Momey. One of them's in trouble. Win light. Meyer, 19, 1 above 8. Don Momey, 44 up front, breaks out Hun took 13th out at the stripe. Say it with me. Mathematically ineligible. So it'll be David Meyer and Roger Phillips in the final for the shot to go to Vegas to represent Division 7 in Pro. An all Sacramento semi and all Sacramento final. And we have Super Pro rolling around the corner. This semi is the opposite because there is literally 0 Sacramento represented here. We have a couple of Reddings. We got a couple of Reddings and Simonian. I don't remember where Simonian's racing out of. Top Gun, maybe? No, Famoso. Famoso, yeah. So Jason Vanderpool and Michael Brundage. Vanderpool, left side, 489 the dial in. Me and we're talking when we were golfing up in Samoa, and he's like, man, I've been close. Just haven't been able to seal the deal. He says he feels confident, and he's got to get through his teammate, Michael Brundage. Right side, 504 the dial in. Pre-staged. Vanderpool's in. Brundage is in. And Vanderpool clicks it 9,000 red. Michael Brundage. How about 5 dead 0 to be 5 total? Michael Brundage throws 2 stellar laps back to back. Jason Vanderpool was 009 and needed every bit of it to get past Michael Brundage. So it's going to be Michael Brundage and Mark Simonian. Mark Simonian. There he is. Michael Brundage. So Mark Simonian has the bye to the final round in Super Pro. Mark Simonian has previously won the track championship right here in Sacramento, went to the division finals, won it, and then went to Pomona for the national championship and won it. So this is nothing new for Mr. Simonian. But now representing Team Famoso. Wheeling Ryan Smith's hot rod. Ryan said, hey man, I got faith in my driver. Mark said he's gonna make the full hit. 566 on the dial-in board. Nice bright and blue. Simonian stage, here we go. $12 out the hole and 18th out under. So Mark Simonian and Michael Brundage in the final of Super Pro. Here is your final round of motorcycle. Rolling through the water, backing up. Anthony Vanetti and Clay Pollitt.
Everything's down there at the table.
Left-hand side, Anthony Vanetti. Reno, Nevada, racing for Top Gun. 8 flat, the dial in. Right side, Clay Pollitt. Huntington Beach, California, the 2000 Hayabusa, 826, the dial in. Racing for Team Irwindale. Winner goes to Vegas for the national championship to represent Division 7. Pollitt waits patiently. Vanetti pre-stages. And no one's moving. Pollitt moves in. Vanetti moves in. Here we go. 7th out, separate him up front. Vanetti gonna try to catch him. Can he get there? It's Pollitt, 10 with 10 on the tree. 836.9 on the 826 dial-in, taking 12th out with a stripe. Anthony Vanetti was 17 up front and 11 hun over. And Clay Pollitt will represent Division 7 in Vegas in November in motorcycle. Now for Sportsman. Left side, Brian Cam out of Pacifica. The 02 Camaro, racing for Team Sac, dial 1258. Right side, Gary Harefield drove this car all the way from San Diego. 1195 the dial-in. Racing for Barona. Harefield's in. Here comes Cam. Thou separate them up front. Brake lights for both, and it's going to be Harefield 41, 4 above 0 to get behind 46 thou. Brian Cam 53 up front, breaks it out 18 thou, takes 46 at the finish line. And Gary Harefield all the way from San Diego, representing Team Barona, is going to go to Vegas to represent Division 7 for the Sportsman category. That was one hell of a weekend for Mr. Gary Harefield. He lost first round in 2 different categories, bought back in, and then went the distance. All right, so just a heads up, we have a correction on the Gambler tomorrow morning. The King of the Track competitors can race the Gambler tomorrow. There's been a change of heart. Everybody, the 4 of us that are in King of the Track tomorrow, we can get in the Gambler. So if you were interested in doing both, you can do both. You still get 1 time run. So we have Roger. We need David. You need to fill out your contingency forms. Unless David's back there and I didn't see him. All right, so once again, if you didn't hear me earlier, 10 a.m. sharp, everybody gets one time run. And then we have the gambler, $100 to enter for the cars and dragsters, box and no box separated, and then $50 to enter the motorcycle. And we will have buybacks. Everybody gets their time run at 10 a.m. sharp. Starting with Sportsman. So somebody asks on the in the chat bleachers on the live stream if you can double enter box and no box in the gambler tomorrow. The answer is yes, you can. So if you want to double enter, you want to get one entry in box and one entry in no box, we'll do that. Once again, if you want to double enter tomorrow, if you want to get an entry in box, get an entry in no box, go right on ahead. yeah. We got our pro. All sack final round. Getting suited and booted, ready to rock and roll. David Meyer and Roger Phillips. Who's going to go to Vegas to represent Division 7 in pro? I see a couple people down there in the stands watching on. Team Sac laying the smack down this weekend in the points. Here we go. Roger Phillips, David Meyer. David's been in this spot before. Roger has been kicking ass all year long in that Nova. Including the rounds yesterday when you won the race champions. So Roger trying to go home with 2 while he's trying to make it 3 tomorrow. Yep, this is the one that counts. Because you get money with this one instead of just the race champions and the king of the track. Roger Phillips, left side, 650 the dial-in. And a gold card. Holy smokes. Phillips, left side, 650. David Meyer in the Cavalier, right side, 595. Who wants it? Roger, carefully moving into pre-stage. David waits. Roger's in. David staged. Roger flickers a bottom bulb on, and here we go. 5 thou, separate him up front, win light. Roger Phillips on the double breakout. Breaks it out, 9 thou to get behind 10 thou. David Meyer was 5 thou in front off the hit. Breaks it out, 14 thou, and needed to get behind. Roger Phillips going to Vegas to represent Sacramento in Division 7 at the National Championship. And we have our Super Pro final round in the lanes. Mike is ecstatic. Hey, just a heads up, everybody. Tomorrow morning, we're having the non-denominational Racers for Christ chapel service at 8:15 a.m. in the grandstands by the concessions. Just a drive-up chapel, bring golf carts or scooters or whatever you want. Once again, the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service will be in the morning at 8:15 a.m. at the grandstands by the concessions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Final round of Super Pro. Michael Brundage and Mark Simonian. Brundage racing for Reading, Simonian racing for Famoso. Simonian, as I said earlier, has been in this situation as well. Won the track championship right here. Went to the division finals, won it. Went to Pomona and then won it too. Simonian left side, 560 for the dial-in in the 61 Ford Falcon as Ryan Smith looks on. Michael Brundage right side. Team Reading over here on his side of the racetrack, 5-0 for the dial-in for the Palo Cedro-based 01 Sarmiento chassis dragster. Both powered by big block Chevys. One's in front of the driver, the other one's rear. Pre-staged. Mark looks over. Michael bumps in. Here comes Mark. Who's going to Vegas? Let's find out. 3 thou separate them up front. Win light. Brundage, 26, 1 above 2, taking 3 thou at the stripe. Mark Simonian, 29 up front, 1 above 2. And hit the brakes to give it back 3 thou at 124 mile an hour. Oh, maybe not. Brundage. Brundage going to Vegas. Gets the big Wally, gets the gold card. And that's going to do it for us tonight. Team race Saturday, we got the Gambler tomorrow, king of the track for Sacramento. Starting at 10 a.m. sharp, everybody's going to get a time run, starting with Sportsman. Congratulations to all of our winners and our finalists. Once again, all the winners and finalists, go find Jesse and Tony. They're parked over down there by the scales. Go get your TNA hat and talk to them about a tech card. Don't forget that. So, yeah. Everybody have a safe night. If you're leaving tonight, wish you good travels and a safe drive home, and thank you for coming to SAC. And if you're staying, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Everybody have a great night.
So again, attention the pits. We're going to be doing payouts for another couple minutes here. Again, if you can't make it to this souvenir booth by 7:30, we will take care of everything tomorrow. Again, payouts will end at 7:30. Again, gates tomorrow morning will open at 7 a.m. We are scheduled to be on track at 10 a.m. Again, king of the track, you're going to be out first. If you do choose to participate in any of the gamblers, electronics, non-electronics, and motorcycle, we're going to get one time trial. Most likely also do first round buybacks. Again, that's going to kind of depend on the car count, but looks like that's how things are going to end up shaking out tomorrow morning. Again, Roger, Robert, Dawn, and Logan, be ready to go tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. for our King of the Track runoff for that Wally. Thanks everyone that joined us from out of state. All the tracks, we really appreciate you being here at Sacramento Raceway this year for our ET Finals. From everyone on behalf of all the Sacramento Raceway staff and family, thank you. Team Sacramento, great work. So proud of you up here for not only supporting our entire program all year, but taking home the win tonight.